A very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the day 3 of our online joint faculty development program on Python programming for engineering applications, jointly organized by the NICT academies of NICT academies at IIT Guwahati, Triple ITTM Jabalpur, IIT Roorkee, and IIT Patna, and MNIT Jaipur. So I welcome you all to the day 3 of our program. The expert for today's session is Mr. Suvarthi Sarkar. Before handing over the platform to him, I would like to give a brief introduction of him. Mr. Suvarthi Sarkar received his BSc degree in computer science from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata in 2017. He went on to earn an MSc in computer science, computer and information science, and MTech in computer science and engineering from the University of Calcutta in 2019 and 2021, respectively. He is currently pursuing a PhD in computer science and engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. His research interests span cloud computing, machine learning, financial analysis, and computer vision. So with this brief introduction, I would like to hand over the platform to our expert for the session, Mr. Suvarthi Sarkar. Good morning, sir.
No.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen. Just let me know if everything is all right. Okay. Okay. Okay, I believe I have shared my screen. So is my slides visible? Can anyone confirm?
No,
Yes,
is-
sir, your screen is visible.
screen is visible, but slide is not.
Okay, just a minute.
Screen is not visible, sir.
Yes, just give me a few minutes. Okay, just a minute. Okay, is it visible now? Hello?
Yes, sir, visible.
Okay, can you view the slides?
Yes, sir. I can see the slide.
Okay, so I'll start now. So today's topic is object-oriented programming in Python. Okay, so like if you have any doubt, you can interrupt me. I will clear your doubts. I'll be teaching some concepts like I'll be discussing about them, and after that I will just code them and present it to you. Like I recommend you to like code with me. That will make the session more interesting and interactive. Okay, so like generally the programming paradigm is mainly divided into two parts: object-oriented programming and procedure-oriented programming. So like in this session, I'll be talking about object-oriented programming. So before we go into object-oriented programming, let's discuss briefly about procedure-oriented programming.
There is one
So
request. One request, please. Please be
Yes,
louder.
sure.
Be louder because it is very sound is less.
Just a minute. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Just
Okay, sure.
Hello. Hello. Is it better now?
Yes, it's better.
Okay. So so I was talking about procedure-oriented programming. So it follows a step-by-step approach. Like if you have like when you first learn programming, like people generally go with procedure-oriented programming. So it generally and logics like very basic.
So your voice is not clearly audible. Your voice is cutting in between, and also it's very low.
Okay, just a minute.
I believe you are talking away from your mic. So if you come closer to your mic, voice will be clear, loud and clear.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, keep your mic closer to your mouth.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
okay. So let's carry on. Okay. So like this is a procedure oriented programming. So the few examples are okay. So these are the foundation. Okay. So like so now we'll be talking about object oriented programming. Significant upgrade over the procedure oriented programming. So it in every real life problem. You see website or any application, generally the underlying coding is done by the object oriented programming because of few like there are a few reasons for it, right? Because it encourages modularity, code reusability. Okay, then there is scalability is easier. Oops, compared to the previous paradigm, the programming. So the examples are like, but like there are some languages which like gives you like how do you want to code. So these are C++, JavaScript and PHP. So previously you have learned about the function concept. So those are the features of the POP. Now we'll be talking about the object oriented programming. So now this is basic the so in the left side you can see in the left side you can see like this is the idea of the procedure oriented programming. So there are multiple functions and there are multiple,
Are you sharing
but
your
you
screen? I am unable to see it.
yeah, you were sharing my screen, just a minute.
It is visible. You can see that the screen is visible.
Yeah,
Is it?
it's yes,
Let
I
me
believe
rejoin
so.
then. Let me rejoin it.
There might be some problems that you are
Screen is visible, sir.
okay, thanks.
There is no
So
problem with the screen.
okay. So like if you see this example, there is global data. Like every function here, like all the function can access all the global data in the object-oriented programming. So this is good in some sense, but it has the main problem of security. Like talking how in the object oriented part, the security part is handled and those kind of things. But this is the basic overview. Like in object oriented programming, you can count like this amount of data will be accessed only by this function, and these some other data will be accessed. This is a feature for object oriented programming, and this significantly is good for security purposes. But this is not in the case of object like procedure oriented programming. So this is one of the upgrade over the procedure oriented programming. So before we study OOPS, like these are the four pillars of the OOPS: encapsulation, abstraction, polymorphism. So in this like session, I'll be talking about encapsulation and abstraction. Okay. So this is what encapsulation means. Like so it is like a capsule. Like so this capsule different components like its own variables, methods, and it binds all of them together. You can imagine there are multiple capsules. So every capsule, like say for this term comes from the medical cases. Like there are capsule for like fever, and another is for some other disease. Say some uh, okay. So there could be multiple components for each of the. Some might be common also. So those previous the OOPS can handle this kind of complexity, but the previous cases the programming did not have this feature to bound this like the component of the of its own class. I will describe it later. So this is the concept of encapsulation, and this is the concept of abstraction. So this is an example where if you can see there is a driver who is driving the car. Driver must like driver for the driver it is in front of the car and it will whether to go or whatever it may do. But it may not need to know about how the internal features of the car, like which will be handled by the automobile engineer. So which will be knowing some parts of the like who will be using the electronic control units. But like there will be more designers who will be focusing on how they make it, not using it. So every user know every feature of which is there in the program. So this is how the abstraction works. So for a particular problem, you can define multiple functions and you can define this amount of data will be accessed by functions only. This some certain data will not be accessed by that particular function. So this feature is a special addition to the concept of OOPS. Okay, so there are two more concepts which I will not be covering. It is covered in the next session only. So it is inheritance, which promotes the code reusability. Another one is polymorphism, which can take many forms. Like I'll be not be discussing like about it because it's it's very difficult to discuss in few words about this concept. So the four pillars like these like encapsulation mainly protects the data, abstraction mainly hides the complexity, induces code reusability, and morphism adds flexibility to the system. So as I previously mentioned, these are the like agenda for today's session, this abstraction and encapsulation. So I'll be discussing about them. Okay. So I as you some like you might know terms like class. There is a famous definition. Class defines is a blueprint of the an object is the instance of the class. So like let's go into some details of it. The class is mainly a blueprint or prototype for creating objects. So it encapsulated the data and the behavior. Like data is the variables mainly, and the behavior is this. Methods are also called function, single unit. So class defines the structure and the functionality of the object. Okay, but like for object, like it is a concrete instance of the class. It is an encapsulation of the attribute and methods defined by its class. So each object can hold its own state and method independently from the other objects. Okay, so I'll be going straightly into the coding so that it is easy for you to understand. Like, it's very difficult to learn coding just from the slides. Okay, so I'll be coding some concepts, and you might like you can also like do the same thing. So screen is visible. I'm loading a Colab notebook. Is it visible properly? Can anyone confirm?
Visible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
so I yes sir. So I recommend you to turn on, like, you can use Colab or any other, like you can use like Anaconda simulator as well. So I recommend you to excuse me, someone's mic is open. Please close it. Okay. So I'll be going very slowly. So if you have any doubt, you can interrupt me. Okay. So like let's say like make a product. So we can make a phone. Okay, like, and maybe I want to say that there is so you have like in the previous lectures I believe you have known about how to defining a variable. So I'm defining a string which is phone, like the price is maybe 100 rupees, just high, and quantity is 5. So if I yes, hello. So this is the total price, right? If you can multiply the price and total quantity of it, you will get the total price. So if you print
Size of the font.
okay, I'll turn it big, so it's better.
Yeah, better.
No bit.
So I'll be running the code. So first time it takes some time because it is loading the Colab notebook. So if you see, just I'm printing the total price of it. Now let's say that I want to like make a laptop as well. Okay, so laptop, it is significantly higher priced and maybe the quantity is 3, and now that I need to do it like this. So if you see that if I want to define some these kind of things like a product which have its own features, so I have to do it again and again, and this is not a good thing, right? You have to say item 2, then this thing. So like the complexity is there, if you can see. Like the question is, can we make it some can we make it a bit easier? The answer is yes, but like we need to define class for that. Okay, so if we see, we there is the idea of class. So I will define a class whose name is item. Okay, so let's just keep it blank for this moment. So this is a null parameter pass. So I'll be discussing about it, like not about the null parameter, but like about the class. Like I'll define the class later, but step by step. Okay, so we define item 1, which is I can item 1 dot name, like the laptop. Item 1 price is equal to 100, and item 1 quantity is equal to 5. Mm. So I believe the example was like this. Okay, so this is I defined a class. So this is the class. I will be defining the underlying variables and functions of it later, but this is how you define a class. this is the I am calling a object. This is the object 1, and so this is object 2. Okay, so whenever I print print item name, and maybe I print item 2 dot name. So let's see, you will be finding phone and laptop. Okay, so is this clear how this is working? Like I'll be defining more details of it later. So this is how this happens, like this. Like I'm defining the class and the object. So is it okay? Should I proceed?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Great. So let's get into more like some a little more complexity. Okay. So previously, let's define a calculate total price price okay. So this thing, so if I run it, I'll be getting a error. No, it's okay, that's I need to call it before error. So let's call this function, right? Item 1, I'll be calling this calculate, this thing. If I call it, I'll be getting some error. Okay, this, so it is saying that it takes 0, but 1 was given. Okay, so to do that, so I need to write self here. So if we see the case here, like if you have done a C++ or any other object-oriented programming language, so I I need not write to like this. Like if you see, there is no parameter that is passed on, but still I need to write self. That is because like the underlying working of a Python is like that only. So you need to write self, because by default Python passes the object as the first parameter. So whenever you define any function or method, you need to define self. Otherwise, it will be giving error. Okay. So as you can see, this is like this self. A little bit, yeah. So I don't know why it is printing 3000 here. It's I don't know why it is printing 3000 here. Probably something from the previous case. But okay.
But
So
you are calling that object, right? Item one dot calculate total, right? I believe you need to call item
no,
two.
no, I am just. Can you repeat your question? Like it
No,
is
no.
not.
What I'm saying is you are calling item one. Because of that, but ideally it should not, right?
Yeah, it should not. Probably something to do with previously. But anyway,
Executed
but that's not.
later, it will remove.
Yes.
Executed once again, then
I think it is stored in cache. So that's why that could be some cases. But okay, it is not important, at least for this moment. So I need to pass these parameters also, right? This item, so self should be here. So these x and y should be okay. So another thing I missed, like you might also instead of self, you might write anything else also. So this will also work. Okay, but like conventionally, like people use self. Like this is other things is also work, but this is the convention. Okay, so we say so okay, I understand why it was like say printing 3000 here, because something, price is equal to this, quantity is equal to that thing is stored here. So I just need to restart the session. Like it will just nullify all the predefined variables and it will not print anything. So I will just do that in the reset session and I will rerun the code. It will not print anything. Okay. So it will print some error because if you see there is these variables are not so null. So this will. So is it clear why it was coming? Hello, is it clear why it was
No,
coming?
sir. Please repeat again.
No.
So previously, if you remember, I wrote this price is equal to something, right? So those values were inside, like this collab. Okay, so it stores the values. If you are running any simulator like Anaconda simulator, a local machine, this kind of error, like this kind of thing should not happen. But since I am doing it on a cloud platform, so this error, like this kind of things are happening. So I previously wrote to 1000. Okay, so I will run it. Price is equal to 1000. It. But I if I print price, I will still get 1000. Although it is not anywhere defined in this code. Not defined like item dot price is defined, item 2 dot price is defined, but price is not defined. But I previously defined price and deleted it, and still I can get that. So this happens only if you are running in some cloud platform. So is it but okay, that's fine. If it's because that is not in the scope of this session. Hello, am I audible, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Audible.
Yes, sir. Okay. So if you price, if you just price and one dot.
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes.
Can you please share the code in chat box?
Yes, your voice was breaking. Can you repeat?
Please share the code in chat box.
I will like at the okay. I'm sharing the code in the chat box, but I after the session I will share the entire notebook. So that will also do, I believe. So I've shared the code to everyone.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So I believe those like message will share to everyone after the meeting. It is showing a message. So anyway, so if you write, I recommend you to write, and I will share the entire notebook later on also. So if I write this thing here and
Dear sir,
yes,
can you elaborate the concept of the class? Some very common day-to-day examples. Because as a layman, it is so, little bit difficult to understand.
okay. So if you see if it is an item, right? If you are going in a shop, so you will say that I will be buying some product. So you will be buying a phone or you can buy a laptop, right? The laptop will have its own phone will have its own price. Go and you go to the shopkeeper and say that I want 5 phones of rupees 100 and I want 3 laptops 1000. So for them to keep track of all the variables like laptop price, so you might go and like many people might go and like buy the laptop. So how would you name the variables? Like many people might go and buy the phone as well. So how would you like name the variables? It's a very complex thing to do. So like the if you have done the like previous sessions, like I believe you have been discussed about this variables, right? You need to hard code it, like this is the name of the variable, but this is not the case. Like this is not a good thing to do, because if you are a programmer, like if you are designing a software, multiple requests can come and the variable should be like your like the application should be like dynamic enough to handle all the things. So that was not the case if you name all the variables manually. But now what you can do is that the request comes, the more the request comes, the request regenerate itself. So there are three variables called name, price, and quantity. Okay, so let's say that okay, let's do it like this only. So what you can say is that self dot name is equal to name. Okay, self dot price is equal to price, and self dot quantity is equal to quantity. Okay, we see this thing. So let's do it like this only. Okay, so let's, so I'll be defining something called so I to before answer to answer this. Okay, let's do it like this only. Self name. Just I'm discussing about this. Just give me few minutes. Quantity.
So you are not audible.
Yeah. Yes. Just if you see, someone asks me like, how it will be done. So I will defining about everything later. But if we see, so if you go to a shop, okay, you want to buy a product. The product has maybe three features, like what is the name of the product, what is the price, and how many quantity you want to buy. So if we go and like say that I want to buy a phone of this, I want to buy a laptop. Okay, so if you want to buy something else, say item 3 is equal to, say you have to buy one say iPhone, price is this and quantity is 1. So if you just go and like buy new items, you can easily redefine it using this concept. Like this is called the concept of class and object. So this is the class and this is the object. So if we, so there are three classes are created. The class one is there are three objects are created. Object one is this thing, object one. This is the object 2 and this is the object 3. Okay, so there are three objects. So
I have a question. Like in the programming, we are giving the item name. I should build a class program in such a way that after running the program, then I'll enter the item name, then I'll enter the quantity, and then that class will calculate the total thing.
yeah, that's actually you need to do. See, this is the one program. Okay, so class is defined whenever a customer comes in, and it will be saying that I'll need a phone of this. So you will do this and you can print like all the features of it, like item one dot name. It will say that what is this. The second customer comes in and say that I will be buying a laptop. Okay, so you can do this. Item 2 dot name, what is the price of it, also you can print like any features of it. Okay, so those kind of things you can print, but you can do it using this object. But previously, if you do not use the concept of class, you need to define like this is the item one name, like this kind of things. Like it is a very complex thing to keep track of. But now on, you can easily do it using this class function. Okay, so class is already predefined to the shopkeeper. Let's say, like someone asked for the real life example, it is defined. So first transaction happen and he will add a object. Second transaction happen, it will add a object. Third transaction happen, he will add another object. Like this he can do. So this is how, like in real life cases, you can say. So this concept can be like extended to anything. So I've chose this example because I found it very simple. So these kind of things can happen in banking example also. So I believe I will give you I will give you example of banking, how this classes thing happen in banking. So this is a very primitive example. So gradually I will increase the complexity of it. So as I previously said that this is this init thing. What this is, this init? Init is called the constructor. So init is a constructor. So whenever you define this like this init, first parameter will be self, and I will define the object. There are three number of parameters and there are four parameters. As I previously showed the example, there is first one will always be self, and the next will be like whatever will it be. This line self dot name, it is saying that I am like creating a variable for the object which is name itself. Like the value is just going for the subject. So whenever I say that this is item one dot name, I'll be showing this. But if I say that item dot name, so it will be showing some error because this is the parameter of the object and this is the class, and class do not have any value in this parameter. Okay, so I'll be like giving you more examples. Believe those after the examples, like your idea will be clear. Okay, so let me proceed. Like, so I define one object. I'll be deleting this for now. Okay, this is one, and I can call them and so on. So I want to define a total, calculate total. Okay, so price we do uh, so okay, so if you see that I can define this object like this. Okay, so calculate total function I did, and I want to say that, so this I define the object here and method for this particular object, and this is saying that calculate the total price. And if I say that I define another example, price is 1000, quantity something else, this is I need to do it just this thing and I can calculate the price of it. So if you see that it it decreases the complexity of the code. Previously without this class concept unit. Yes, someone was saying something. Like someone asked me a doubt, like is it more like the concept of real life example, is it clear?
Sir, this is self option, self variable. It is required every time.
Yes, you have to do it whenever you define a object. You need to do self. Okay. For now, understand. Like I'll be like there are three types of method. This is the first type. For that unit self. So still everything it is covered. You can consider that self is like it is a must. Every time you define a method. If you don't define self, see you will get error. Okay. So you have to define self or whatever we name. So you can change it like my parameter. So you can do it as well. will also work. Oh, so these things I need to change as well. Oh, but anyway, so idea I want to say that it works. You can trust me, it works. So yes.
But normally when we define any function, then only variable name is important. Why
Yes.
in this case self is introduced here?
So is the functionality of the Python. Python internal, like the coding of Python is like this only. So whenever you define one particular method for any object, so the Python internally passes this item 2 as the first parameter. So that's why you will be needing this. If you do not add self, see, so what is the error message saying? Take 0 positional argument, but 1 was given. So one was like one positional argument was passed from this, but here it is saying that it receives no positional argument. So it is the internal working of the Python. It is different from any other object-oriented language. Okay, is my explanation satisfactory?
Okay, sir.
Okay, so now you can see like why it's like it is becoming like this. Okay, so so there is one thing also called like you can also the idea is like this. You can do it like this as well. So if I am not passing in any parameter and I am saying 0 here. So if you see that I am not passing any parameter and by default the parameter value is given 0 here. So the total price, the multiplication is 0 because I'm not buying anything. And if you see this, here I am passing 50 here, and this 50 just overrides this this like it like if I am passing value here, it cancels 0 and it overrides is just 50 for object 2. But for object 1, no parameter is passed, so that is why it is showing like this. So if you say that like price is equal to 1 as well, so if you are only saying this, so like say 1 into say 1. So see if you see the total price, you can see the total price 1. Although I'm just passing the name, but these values are automatically taken. But for the object 2, the values are given, so these values are overwritten by 1050, and that is why I am getting 50,000. Okay, so this is another like use case. Okay, now if you see there, I could do more like this. Okay, so if I want, I can define say I want to say the laptop has any special feature. So I say that item 2 has keypad, say yeah, numpad, right? Numpad is equal to 2. Okay, so there I define another laptop which is a bit cheaper, say which is 900, but it do not have this thing.
Sir, in this program, that return you have return self dot price into self dot
Yes, yes.
So it is actually return is doing the calculation work.
Can you repeat? You have manipulated.
The return we have written return
Yes.
self dot price into self dot quantity.
Yes.
So that return command does the calculation work.
Yes. So so if you see Spencer, it returns the product of it. So whenever I yes, return the product of it.
Okay.
Yes.
And by this class programming, we can do only 2 items or more than 2 items.
You
When we run the program.
So question is not clear. Can you repeat?
Like we have made this program now, and if I run this program, so I can do the calculation of only 2 items or more than 2 items.
More than 2 items. Any item you can do. Right? You like variables here as well. Whatever you need, like you need to modify. In previous in C++, you can say that return one item, but in Python you can return multiple items as well. Okay, anything you can return. Okay, if you written multiple things, you need to just catch it here. So if you do it like this, you see what happens. See, it returns it like this: price and object. Okay, but if I do it like, it is returning the calculated product of them. Okay, I believe it is clear your doubt. Okay, so if you see, I can define multiple this as well, like multiple which are like multiple variables which are like the property of a particular class only, is particular object only, but not everyone in the class. So if we see, there is one thing called DICT. So if I write it like this, one dot see, item 1 is for this phone. Okay, the phone have only 3 parameters: name, price, and quantity. And I say that item 1, item 2, and item 3. If we see, okay, I need to do it like this. So if you see, as I mentioned, so this has numpad. It is a binary variable which is true or false. So this is a property of item 2 and 3 only, but not for item 1. If I see this, this DICT, this thing says what is the variables and methods are there. Like, so print, like, see, it has these 3 things only, like name, phone, like name is phone, price is 1, and quantity is 1. For item 2, whatever it is, and it has another thing called numpad, has numpad, one binary variable. So this you can see. Okay, so if you see item dot, so if I'm printing, see what the main item class has. Okay, item class has, see, it has main, it has init. So main is invoked. Okay, so these are the things like function. It has a function at this. So it is this part. It is referring to this particular function. Yeah, this name and the attributes of like as well. Okay, so I'm not getting into details of, but you can see that you can like do it like this as well. And say I want to say it, say discount. Discount is equal to say 80%. Okay, so I might do is that 1 minus 0.8. So like it is saying that 20% discount. Sorry. See, if you see the previous example, so let's do it like this. Total price, discount. So I'm defining so that you can see the difference here. So I'll be deleting these things. Okay, I do not need it now. Okay. Calculate total price, say 100 and say 5. Uh, This saying something. Okay, so no discount. Yeah. So if you see that I am providing 20% discount, and I am like, I can also decrease the price of it. Okay. If you see, and I define another variable as well, like this. Okay. Minus discount. Yeah. So if I want to say that 50.5. Okay. So if we see the case that I am defining this, but still it is showing previously because I have printed like item dot as well. So if I do it self, so if you see the check, okay, so previously it was item, the item price was 400 and this was like I changed this variable here. So it, so to conclude, like we can like the self variable is this distinction between instance or like plus. Okay, so if we use self variable, then we get the roots of a set, else we get the attributes of a class. So is it clear what I want to conclude? So this self variable is here. I change the value of it. I get this discount. Okay, but I will change self to this thing to this thing. The value changes to 250. So you can do the changing the concept of self. So is it clear how the works? Can anyone conclude? Like, can anyone say if you have any doubts on? Like, are you getting it? What I'm trying to convey? Any doubts you have? I will clear it. Clear your doubts.
So initially self dot item equals to item, self
Yeah.
dot discount to discount. Why it is required? It is
See, it is.
initially when you're defining in
I
this way.
see. First of all, I am
Self dot
different.
main.
Yes, yes. I got your question. Correct. See, why it is required? It's showing you different functionality. So very simple program. So I'll be trying to like change it and try to show you how you can work out like what are okay. So
So you're not audible. So what is sir? So what is sir? You're not audible.
Sir, you are not audible.
Hello, sir, your voice is not audible.
Ma'am, I'm trying to connect with sir. Just give us 1 minute.
Okay, madam.
Dear participants, sir is facing some network issues at his end. So I request to please allow us 1 to 2 minutes. Sir will be connecting once again.
Yes. Hello. Am I audible and visible now?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes, sir, you are
Yes.
audible.
Yes, sir. Audible. Audible.
So sorry for the inconvenience. My internet is having a problem today. So yes. So my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
So someone asked like, why do I need to do this? You are right. Like I could have made it like I do not need this variable at this moment for this functionality. But the point is that you could do that. And in this session, I'll be talking about different way you can use the functionality for when you design. Like you need to decide which functionality you need to use and which you need not. Okay. So I believe that is clear, right? Yes. Someone was asking anything.
Please repeat again, sir.
Yes, I
Cannot do that.
so someone pointed out like why do I need to two values of discount like this? You are right. Like there is no point for this particular program. Okay, but like I am showing you different functionalities. Like when you actually design any particular product, you need to decide which functionality you know, like which you need to use, right? But for learning point of view, you should know and decide later on when you use which one to use and when. Okay, is it okay?
Actually, I want to know actually when you're defining variables, you say name, price, and quantity.
Hmm.
After then you write self dot name equals to name,
Okay.
self dot name
So
price equals to price. Why
okay, so
you write 2 times?
mandatory. Okay, so his name is the variable. Okay, I am passing
Name
this.
is variable.
I am passing the value of this variable, and I am saying that the object has this particular name. Okay, so
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Audible?
yeah, if you don't do this right, you will get error. Okay, because you need because it is the functionalities of this Python. Okay,
I'm getting type error in the program.
yes.
Error item. You define a class item.
Like can you repeat? Your voice is breaking.
In the whole
Can you share your code or anything like that? Okay, but can I, I believe
The first class
that
you
is up.
already defined class item.
Yes.
It is taking no arguments.
Yeah, it is a definition of class. You need when you define a constructor or a particular function. So this is the definition of the class, which you do not need any arguments here. So no argument.
Colab is giving error for this.
I don't believe there should be error. I think that you have done some other mistake. I'll okay. You share like end of the session. I will talk about it. Okay. So okay. So this is how those things like the class this. So this is I've talked about class and the constructor. Okay. So the next I will be talking about these instance parameters like this. Uh, uh, I want to add one more thing like this, just a small addition before I run out of time. So there is you can do it also like this. Assert price more than okay. So I'll discuss it like this.
फिर 5 minutes break है ना माता हो
Yeah. Hello. So if we so if you do it like this, I can do the price as negative as well, right? Previously, if you had not done these two lines, so your price would have been print so discount is not done. Okay, let's
Sir, your voice is not audible.
yeah. Yes. So previously, if you see it like this, so I defining this calculate price. So I'm defining one object like this. What like I make the price as minus 500. So the total price is coming as minus 500. Then do away with that using this assert. So it is saying that if we do this, you will be getting an error. It will be saying that quantity price must be greater than 0. Okay. Once and only if it is greater than 0, you will be able to run it. Quantity. Okay, this non-defined. some typo happened with the quantity spelling, so that's why. Okay, I believe here it is error. That it is showing quantity assert. Okay, let's do have this. So if you write this, so you will be getting my. Okay. Price is like this, but now if we do, just a minute. Okay, let's price, consider price, but okay, we can skip this part for now. Okay, so I'll be so I might have done some. So there is less time, so I'm just it's a previous notebook that I'll be sharing with you after this session. Okay, so so this is the case here. So this is entire thing. Okay, so if we say minus 100 here, just it takes some time to load. Yes, so if you are saying that there are minus 100 here, so it will provide a error. It will say that the price should be greater than 100. So if we delete these two lines, okay, so it will say that the total price is minus 100, which is obviously a price of a quantity cannot be 100, but with these two lines, assert function, you can do away with it. Okay, so it will only accept only if the value of the variables are positive. Okay, so this is how this assert function works. So these are the topics till the first half. So now, is it clear? If you have any doubt, you can ask. I will try to clear it. Someone has this. Okay, someone shared some. So I believe okay. So this is class parameter. So I'll be sharing. So let me do one thing. Like let me share the content. Like I'll be putting this notebook in the chat as well. Later on, I'll be sharing as well. So you can access this directly. So this notebook link I have shared. So so this is the first part of the lecture where this constructor and the basic definitions of class and objects are defined. So instance parameter, shadow instance, class parameters. So this I also shared. Right? If you remember this DICT, this thing. So here also, like the attributes of the class and attribute of the object I share. Okay. Stores the data specific object, instance parameter, and the class parameters. So these are the two examples. Like this, what I showed, right? The self dot discount and the discount. So there are the class parameters and the instance parameters as well. So now the next topic is like for encapsulation. Like let's get some more. Like there are three types of variables that are declared, which are private, protected, and public. So talking about them, like the detailed discussion of them. Okay, so the first one is the public variable, where the variables like can be inside the program. So there are no stoppages. And then there is this variables called protected variables, which are for internal use within the class and is subset only. So this is only these term subclasses that will be coming in from like from the inheritance part, which will be discussed later on. And then the last one is the private variables which cannot be accessed from outside the class. Okay, so there is a table. There are three types of variables: protected, private, and public. So here, if you see, we did not define, right? So by default, like there is nothing called public, private, protected in the all the codes that I shared. By default, everything is protected variables. Okay. So later on, I'll be talking about like this. So if you see this code, okay, I'm just zooming out a bit so that you can see the entire. Okay, this is a program. Someone asks like why, like what is the real life cases of it. So this is another case. Like it is a case. Like I'll be simulating. There is less time of it. Otherwise, I would have coded it. But now, like just. I'll be just showing this like the ready-made code and I'll be discussing it. Uh, so there are three types of variables: private, protected, and if you see that public is accessible from anywhere, protected is accessible not accessible by other classes, and private is same class. Like no one from other access it. So there is a term called derived class. So derived class, it will be coming from the inheritances, which will be discussed in the next session. Okay. So yeah, so let's discuss this code. So if you see, so this is the constructor, and I am defining three types of variables. So first one is the private public variable, second one is the protected variable, third one is the like. So if you see, how do you do that? Like we do that using this thing. Like nothing before is public. So previously all variables are public. Like see, if you see, if there is nothing like underscore sign here, so it is public. But this particular variable, where it is, so this particular variable, there is an underscore sign here. So protected variable by default, and this is two underscore sign here, so it is a private variable. So this is how you can differentiate between them. Okay. There are two special functions called getters and setters. So let's like there is a getter function. These are special methods that are used to access and modify the private of the class. They are part of the principle of encapsulation in OOP, and which restricts direct access of outside, like some of the objects components, to ensure control interaction. And this is the getter method used to get the value of the private variables, and setter is used to update the value of the private variables. Okay, so these are the examples that I will be discussing. So if you see, there are three variables in a bank. Okay, so okay, there are three variables. So everything is clear, right, till now? Anyone? Hello.
Yes, sir, clear.
Okay, access specifier, someone asked. So there are three types of access specifier: this private, public, and protected. Okay, so private is like this, protected like the access is like this, and private is like it is only be accessed within the same class only. And to define them, public is done without adding any underscore in the beginning, protected one underscore sign in the beginning, private two underscore sign in the beginning. Simple. Okay. So getter function and setter function. Okay. So this I am defining. So there is this init is a constructor, and first I'll be account called this class. Name of the class is bank account, and account is equal to bank account Alice, and whatever is balance of it. Okay. So there are three variables: self, account holder, and balance. So account holder and so self is the one parameter by default. So there are two parameters which are passed in when we define the object Alice and $1,000 or rupees, whatever. So account holder comes in, account type is savings. That I am saying it here. So you could have modified it to something else also, but anyway, that is fine. Now I will be allowing access of the okay. So display. So let's do it like this. So let's comment this out. So I just so I created this object and I just first printed the account holder name. See, if you see, this value is coming in. Okay, so I'm printing the account holder name. If this works, account holder name is this. Now I'm account type. So account type is savings. Now if I try to print this private variable balance, can I do that? Let's see. No, I'll be getting an error because it is not allowed, because it is a private variable. So as specified, like the private variables cannot be accessed by any, like only within this inside of only within this the variables and the methods inside the class only. Okay. Now I define this particular get like getter, which like the returns the value of this private variable, and the setter actually updates it and getter actually fetches the value. So so okay, so this was the error that I said. So if I say that, if I set balance and display balance and updated balance, okay, why I'm getting this error? Okay, this function. Okay, I do not need this for now because I'm using that function. So there is one function called display account function, which which just return the value of the account holder, account type, and like we just print the value of these three variables. Okay, so I am defining the object here. Okay, I'm defining the object here like this, and I'll be displaying the account here. See, if I am calling in this function first. Okay, so this like display account, which is showing the first three lines are printed, like Alice, account type, and the balance. Then I'll be calling it that set balance to 1200. Now the value which is initial to 1000, it will be like updated to 1200. Okay, by for this line. And I'll be showing the updated value here. Okay, now the transaction is happening. Now that I want to make the balance as negative, let's see. Set balance is negative, but set balance negative is cannot happen because of this particular function. This you could have done it using assert variable as well, that balance cannot be negative, but balance is a private variable, so like using setter function is better. So this set balance function like is greater than 0, like it just checks it, say if else condition, if it simply checks that if it is negative, it says that it do not update the value, otherwise it just updates the value if it is positive. Okay, so this is simple like example of this thing, different access specifiers, three types of variables. Previously we just while discussing about the class, we only discussed about the public variables. Now we discussed about the protected, private, and public, all three types of variables. And now we discussed about the getter and setter function as well. Okay, so why, if you ask me, why do we use getters and setters? The idea is to hide the internal representation of the object. Like, say for a bank account, like if you know how those things are done, like like there are many people who do, like there are many types of attackers can have, like if you have heard of SQL injection, right? So they try to like retrieve the values from the like from inside the bank or any other data set, to be honest. But yeah, if you are a good programmer, so it will be very difficult to extract value, like extract the information, if it is a class is designed properly. So to hide the internal representation of the object, because if you more information is in public, is more prone to attack. So the more you can hide, it is better. So to validate the input before updating the values and to make your class easier to maintain and extend later. So for now, say if you want, like if you want to extended functionality, say you want to maybe update something or maybe add more information, that could be easily done using this class and object. But previously it was very difficult to do. Okay. So yeah, so this is clear. These getters and setters and this access specifies. So if you have any doubt, you can ask. So should not be directed. So some people has asked, please repeat access specifier. Why should we not access class attributes directly? I okay, not access class attributes directly. Actually, you do, right? Like I just explained, like you can do that if they are public, but if they are not public, like as a designer, like a programmer, like a software designer, you should hold this option to make whatever you may want, you may do it public, and whatever is not required, you may keep it private or protected, depending on your need. The designer hold this flexibility in the object-oriented part. Previously, in the procedure-oriented part, we did not have any flexibility like this. So this flexibility gives the software designer or programmer uh, like making the system like more secure. Is it clear? Like I hope is it. If you have any doubt, you may turn on your mic and ask. Okay, so difference between class variables. Yeah, I did. Okay. So any you may ask. There is one more topic that I will be discussing after this. Can you may ask, or otherwise I will proceed. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you can proceed.
Okay. So there is no problem, right?
Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, we can have a short break if possible.
Okay. There is one thing. Okay. We can have a short break.
Just
For
that
how?
whenever you're comfortable, let's have a break. Okay.
It's okay. I believe. Do you need a break, or do you need to stop for some time, or should I proceed?
Yeah, it's up to you, sir.
Okay, let's complete it. There is very
Okay.
one topic is left, so I'll complete it and I'll end it early then.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yes. So any doubt is there, you may ask, or okay, let's proceed then. So these are the types of methods. So if you ask me, do I always need to define the like keyword self for any particular this method? I said yes. Initially it was yes, but there are ways to get away with that as well. I'll be discussing about that. Python provides this flexibility of three types of methods: instance method, class method, static method. Like previously we only instance method where we need to just in the parameter part you just need to write about self. That is a must, but you can do away with that as well. There are two different types, more types of functions or methods that I will be talking about them. So this is this is the instance method which belongs to the first parameter is self, obviously. The access is the variable and commonly used for the logic tied to the object. Okay. The second one is the class method. The class method here instead of self you need to write CLS. I'll be discussing them with the example as well. This will be accessed only by the class variables and here you write it like this. Okay, I'll be sharing about how you write it, and then there one is the static variable. So I'll be discussing when I talk about the static method. Then if you see in this there is a special function called class method. This you see, so if you run this code, it said it just print all types of object here. So here there is one list I have defined. Previously you have seen the list, and this list is there, and just this special. So in this, if you see this code, so there is whenever I am defining the constructor in it. So here this item dot all dot append. So this all variable appends the value of all the object here. So whenever I call this phone, whenever I call the value of the phone, it is and laptop is appended, cable, mouse, everything is appended here. Okay, in this line action. Okay, this particular line. Now, then the question is that like it is just printing every one of that. So this particular variable, this particular method is a class method. You see, these have self as the parameter, but this particular variable has class as a parameter. So it is a special kind of function or method which is called class method. We define it like this. So here if you define it, it just prints all the like it just prints all the different types, different objects that are invoked. So if we change it to one only, okay, so it just invoke one. If you do it multiple, it will print multiple. Just a simple, very simple program. Just the point is there is it is a different type of function, so you can do that with class as well. Okay, so discussing any like the functionality wise, you can write anything you want. Just I'm just concentrating on showing you how to define them and how to do like uh, working with it. Okay, so like if you want, if you put different functions like work on it as well, like you can print anything as well. Hello all. Okay, so whatever you write here, it will be coming here. That's all. So just it is called from here. Yes, sorry, it is called from here. Another thing to note is that it shows that item one dot thing. So if instead of doing that, if I do this as object, this is the object, right? If we also can call it like this, you can call it from uh, object point of view, and you can call it from this function point of view as well. Okay, class point of view as well. Okay, but if we call it here, see if it will not print anything. Okay, because number of only one class is created. Okay, but if you place it here where previously it prints this thing. Okay, so this is class method. So it is clear. Any doubt do you have? purpose of the PR. Okay. So this another this I was initially trying out. Don't that was I trying to like try out another functionality, but it was like it was to print about only one like about this only one variable, one object. But I was just trying out when I was coding this, so like I later replaced it with this, which stocks like which shows the all the values of all the objects of a class. Okay. So it was the initial function. You might not use it as well because it was I use it just for testing purpose only. Okay, but yeah, that's okay. But okay, thank you for pointing out. Okay. Okay, so this is the class method, and last one is this. The topic is static method. It belongs to a class. Like there is no access to initiate or class data. It is not bound to either class. Yes. Your voice is breaking. Can you repeat? Hello? Ma'am, your voice is breaking. Can you, if your voice is breaking, you can write in chat as well.
So dear participants, you can ask your queries in the chat box section also.
Yes. Yeah, you've, if you have any doubt, you may ask in the chat box. I will clear it. Okay, so this is the static method. So here it belongs to the class. There is no access. It is a very there is no like you need not write cell for CLS like the previous cases, but it can like it is like a regular function, but it is like generally coded inside a class. Okay, these are generally the utility functions. So this is another comparison table. So instance function belongs to instance, and class function method function defined in class. The first parameters are always fixed in these two cases, but here it is none. Here you need to like the access instance like that cell, those kind of things you need to write, but class you do not need to write anything. And like the decorator is there, like previously it is written like it is like class method, it is written like this. See for you do not need to write anything at the top of this, but for class method you need to write like this, and for static method you need to write like this. So here if you see that you need not call any variable. So it is a like I am calling this writing this num here because it is the value of the variable here. Like for functionality I just wrote something very random, like is the number integer, just to show that how it works. Like this is the functionality of the static method. So like so if you see that it returns if the function is integer or not, which is not relevant to this case I believe, but yes, I just the point is to show you the how this static and classic class method works. So class method works I previously told, and this is how the static method works. So if you run this, so like you will get like this is the calling of the this class method static method. It will show it is true or false, simple. So it is I'm importing a string here, and I'm importing a integer variable here, so it is writing like this. It is a very simple code, there is no problem. So like why do you use static method? Because because use a static method here because it does not append the object, like, and it does not use CLS. It is a pure utility function grouped inside a class for organized purposes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can you please repeat the static method?
See, static method, it is do not need to write anything in the parameters box. Okay. Here, like parameters, you need not write anything. Num is coming in from this value. So that's why I need to write num here. And otherwise, you will just define it like this, and it can access values here as well. It can define whatever you need to do. You can do. Yes. Someone is okay. So you point is see for static method. Okay, for this use case, I believe that this does not make much of a sense here, but I could not find anything that could be much more relevant for static method point of view. I just implemented a static method just to show you how it works. So you may like try more examples and play with it, and you may find more interesting ideas about it. Okay, so this is the notebook. I'll be sharing it with you after lecture as well. So like constructor and destructor methods there. See, constructor is there. This init is the constructor. I'm not sure if destructor is there in Python. I might be wrong because when I like prepared the lecture, I could not find it. But most destructor. So only in constructor is there. Let me destructor in. I believe there is. Okay, there is one destructor. Okay, that is called this thing destroy. Okay, but yeah, I did not cover it because it was not written in the syllabus. So yeah, destructor is also there. You can do it using del. Like init is the constructor, and you can do it. This is the constructor, and this is the destructor. Okay. So yeah, it works. So yeah, more any queries, more queries. So there. So there are a few more slides here. So when to use which method? So use instance method for object specific behavior, class method for factory or factory pattern or tracking. So if you see factory pattern is a specific like design style of a program. Okay, so when a software is programmed, you like there are particular predefined design pattern. So people follow any predefined design pattern. So factory pattern or tracking are two predefined design pattern. Okay, so here then these class methods are used, and static methods are for utility for particular cases only. Okay, and so like different method gives you different flexibility, like helps. So like this helps separate object specific logic, class level operations, and general utilities. And this clear understanding leads to more maintainable and scalable code. Like if you actually use the types of functions properly to their use cases, it enhances software. That's all. Like so that's all. Like there are a few just conclude just like advantage, like it is more simple, like the syntax is more simplified. Python obviously readable and concise and supports multiple paradigms. This is the advantage of Python. And like where oops are used basically everywhere in to design any, if you design any web framework, you graphic based application in game development, everywhere. And like conclusion, oops is very powerful and practical concept. Python makes easy language we see compared to C++. So it makes it easy to implement oops in Python, and it is very oops. The concept oops is very crucial for Python development, like for any software development, right? And these are the reference. This is a notebook reference I'm sharing with you, and this is some I used to follow when I was initially learning about Python. You might want to see that if you find anything interesting. And these are my links like LinkedIn, and okay, that's all. So any doubts you have, you ask in the chat, or you may turn on your mic and say, I will try to clarify all of them. Okay. Okay, so I believe your doubt constructor destructor is clear. So if there is not automatically deleted. So destructor was not written in the syllabus, so that's why I missed out on it. But yes, thank you for pointing out. So if you say any more doubts you have, you may ask in the chat. No, pointers is not present. Annotation is necessary. Like, what do you mean by annotation? Like, there is many meanings of annotation. Yeah, it is necessary. Yes, this common convention it's necessary. Okay. Thank you. Any doubt you have, you may ask in the chat. I am there for a few minutes at least. I'll try to clarify all of them. So if I missed out any previous question, you may repeat, because previously there are many chats I missed out probably. Someone else, how a object will be self-referent. It's like object can be self-referent. Like it can refer to, like, can you like tell a specific use case? Like if you what is in your mind, your like question is kind of ambiguous. Okay, also someone was saying previously that he had some doubt like about running the code. So you may also share your doubt here in the chat. I'll try to clarify it.
So that was clear. There was indentation error.
Okay. 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 So doubt if you have asked. So Sumit, can you clarify your doubt? I will try to clear it. Yeah, I don't think it will. Okay, I don't think it is possible. Okay, any more doubts you ask? Any doubts do you have? If you ask, otherwise I'll leave.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Dear participants, if you have any queries, please let us know. You can unmute yourself or let us know in the chat box section. So I guess there are no queries from the participants. Okay, Mukesh Kumar has some queries, please.
Hello, sir.
No, C++. Yes.
Have you shared the second sheet?
Yeah,
Python
I
notebook.
will share. I believe I will share the both the sheets. I believe first one is I don't think it will be necessary. I'll share the sheet everything. I think share the PPT and sheet both of them with you. And notebook is shared with you, I believe, in chat as well. So you can use that. Otherwise, I will share the downloaded version as well. No problem. And someone asks, is C++ is necessary to start writing code in Python for beginners? No, like C++ is much more complex language than Python. So this is my personal belief that if you learn C++, it will be very, very easy for you to learn Python because you will be aware of the concept of oops and like mostly the programming concept you will be aware of if you know C++ properly. Python is easier. Like, like coding in Python, the keywords are much more easier. Is more human-like language. So coding in Python much easier. So if you know C++, it will be easier for you, but it is not a necessary condition. If you don't know C++, that is also fine. No problem.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I cannot see the link for second sheet.
Okay, I'll share it with the EICT. They will share it with you. Like I'm also sharing again.
Can you share chat box?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I have shared the link. Okay. So, like, was the session understandable, or do you like everything was all right? Like, there are some like internet error, like problems. I understand that, but like I can't do anything about that at least. Okay. So, thank you all for your. Okay.
So thank you, Suvarti, for coming in this platform and joining with our participants and sharing the knowledge with us. So on behalf of Professor Gaurav Trivedi, sir, the Principal Investigator of IIT Academy, IIT Guwahati, and Dr. Arivulka Sahu, sir, the Principal Coordinator of this program, I thank you, Suvarti, sir, for coming over here and sharing your knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. Okay.
So, dear participants, with this we come to an end to session 1 of this day 3 of the program. So, our next session will start from 12 o'clock. Okay, and it will be taken by our next expert, Mr. Brijnandan Tripathi. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, Brejnandan Tripathi, sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Hi, hello.
Yeah. Hi. So I request you to kindly share your screen so that we can see whether the slides are visible or not, and whether it's changing or not.
Okay.
So we will start by 12.
Okay. So, is it visible?
Yeah, screen is visible, but the meeting window is visible. So I would request you to share the presentation which you will be showing so that we can have a test
Yeah,
run.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll be, so I need to share this window only during the presentation.
Okay. Okay, no issue. It's visible. So we will start by 12.
Okay, fine.
So yeah, we request the participants to be active from 12 onwards. Also, there is an announcement from IIT Academy, IIT Guwahati. So, dear participants, we require some cooperation from your end, okay, regarding attendance and updation of presentation materials and recordings. All these things will be provided to you at the end of the day, every day. Okay. Attendance of yesterday will be provided in the next day. So keep that in your mind. Okay, on day 2, you got the attendance of day 1. Today is day 3, you will get the attendance of day 2 by the end of the day. And once the sheet is updated, we will announce it in the platforms that in the WhatsApp group that it is updated from our end, then only you can check. So this is the criteria. So all the participants need to follow that without making unnecessary chaos. After updating the attendance sheet, after the announcement, if you find that you are absent, then only you can let us know in the WhatsApp group. Please note that all the participants, as there are more than 400, almost 500 participants, we can't accommodate all the 500 participants in a single Google Sheet. So that's why we have differentiated the participants as per the academy registrations. So dear participants, if you have registered in MNIT Jaipur, you have to search your name in the MNIT Jaipur tab. If you have registered in NIT Patna, then you have to search your name in NIT Patna tab. So please make use of this facility provided by the Google Sheet. Okay, and search your names in all these sheets which are provided in the attendance Google Sheet, right? So we request all the participants to take advantage of the technology and not to search on only one sheet. So that is the request from IIT Academy. So it's almost 12. So Brejnandan Tripathi, shall we start then?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. So before we start with the next session, we will have a short introduction of our expert today. Mr. Brejnandan Tripathi sir is an AI assistant at Zyro Labs and a part-time research scholar in the Department of Electronics and Electrical Engineering at IIT Guwahati. His research interests lie at the intersection of generative AI, model order reduction, and microarchitecture level software optimization. He is passionate about building efficient intelligent systems by bridging theoretical insights with practical implementation, particularly in performance critical and resource constrained environments. So with this short introduction, I welcome Mr. Brejnandan Tripathi over here in this platform to present his knowledge to share his knowledge with our participants. Over to you.
Thank you, IIT Academy. Thank you very much for such a nice introduction. So, hello everyone. So, we'll start the session. So, what would be my approach? First, I'll be explaining that now. So, I'll be taking the session on the inheritance. So, inheritance is quite an important part of the OOPS concept. So, there could be what we call hard examples or more complex example to demonstrate that inheritance thing. But what I have opted to explain the things are very simple example to demonstrate the concept. Okay, so let's start now. So inheritance, what is the use of inheritance in any programming language, first of all? So what happens once your code base for a particular application or a particular software development, what happens once it grows, then it becomes very important that your code should be modular, and the part of the code should not be rewritten in every of the .cpp file or .py file or .ipmu file. So as much you can use the code usability, as much you can do the modularity in your code, that is very much important. So how we can achieve it to inheritance? So suppose that you need to build a system for the college. Am I audible, right, everyone? Can you wave your hand if I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So okay. So suppose you need to build a college a software system for a college. So what kind of classes you will need it? So if you see in the bigger picture, so we can divide like that: staff and faculty first of all. So under the faculty, some attribute and some properties would be there. Inside the faculty, inside the staff, faculty could also come, some staff could also come, some administrative department could also come. What happens? You define the hierarchy in that. First, how you define the hierarchy? You go through that parent class. That means the outermost class. Suppose that the staff class. So staff class will have the certain property, certain attribute that would be common for the either the administrative level employee or for the what you call the faculty level employee. So what happens once you define this parent class or base class? Then what you could then when you going to implement this staff class or the faculty class, then what happens? Those attributes which are common for the staff, faculty and administrative staff, that you directly inherit from the base class, and whatever extra properties and extra methods are there, that you can write in the child class. So in that way, what happens? Whatever methods and attributes are common for the parent class, that will be directly inherited in the base class, and you need not to write those code again and again. So what happens? See here. So inheritance is a fundamental concept in the object-oriented that allow you to create a new class based on the existing class. Okay. So what is the advantage of the inheritance? First of all, you are using the code reusability. Whatever code is defined in the parent class, that you can directly reuse in the child class without rewriting it. Modularity in the sense you can define different classes like the faculty class, administrative staff class, and you can inherit from the parent class. So what happens? You have the modularity at the level of employee class or faculty class or the administrative staff class. Extensibility. Suppose that some other day in the college some other department is open, or some other uh, department is open, or some other branch is open. That class you need to add. So what happens? It can be easily can be extended, and it also creates the hierarchy that we have already discussed. So how the inheritance works in the Python? So the child class inherit all the public and protected attribute and method from the parent class. This child class then, so what happens? From the parent class, child class can inherit public and protected attribute and method from the parent class, and it can also add the new attribute and method specific to that child class. And what happens? It can also override the methods what is defined in the parent class. So what happens? Let's see this through an example. So what happens? Suppose that animal class is there. Under the animal class, we can define the dog class, cat class, or any animal class. You can see it here. What is the attribute is there? Only one attribute is there. That is of the name attribute. And what happens? And it has one method that is called the speak method. What happens once you run this method? Once you define animal class, then you define the dog class, which is the child class of animal. So animal is the parent class here, and dog is the child class. And this is the way to inherit the parent class animal in the dog class. So what happens? This is the syntax that you can keep in the mind. So here also we have defined the same method as it defined in the animal method. Okay, so what happens once you define once the method is common in the parent class and the child class, and if you are creating the object of animal class, let's see it. Sorry. So what happens here? What we have done? We have created a object of animal class, and we have called the method of parent class. So that's why generic element makes the sound. Now what we are doing? We are creating the object of child class and calling the speak method. So what happens in the case of child class? What happens? You can see here the attribute, even the attribute name is defined in the parent class, but that attribute we can use in the child class also. That's why when we run this one, we get the output as buddy box. And one more thing is happening here. We have created the object of the child class. Then this method in the child class is overridden by the method in the parent class. So that's why the output is buddy box. Right? Till now, any doubt or anything in this one? Okay.
Sir, I
So
have
this is
one
the
doubt. Sir, I have one doubt.
yes, sir.
In a generic animal class, we have the specify the body in
Yeah,
last. So, sir, it is printed down the body marks.
yeah, correct.
Sir, which is some error or not? Only write body or not?
So okay. So I might not be correct here. What is your question? I might. Sorry. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So your question might be, so here I am passing body. So how it's printing body box, right? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what happens here? So first of all, this speak method will be overridden with the animal method, right? And once the speak method calls this self dot name, hello, then this speak class gets called, and if you see that while creating the object, you are passing the attribute value, so that attribute value will be get set here, and it will print uh, buddy box. Is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now alternative constructor and helper methods in the Python. So what happens in the Python? One default constructor would be there that would be initializing the value by default based on the attribute, and the so what happens? Let's discuss it here. So what is the init method here? So init method is like the default constructor. One default constructor will be there, and you can define also your constructor here. So in the constructor, what happens? Whatever attributes are there, those value can be initialized through the constructor. But there might be case in the programming language where you want the apart from this way of initializing the object, you can initialize the object in the some other way also. So that is the use of the alternative constructor. So what happened? Alternative constructor provide additional way to create instance of the class from the different input. Additional way here means like the apart from the initialize method. Okay. So what they use the add class method decorator and receive the CLS as a object as a first argument instead of as an instance. So what happens here? So this what it does? This approach enables more flexible object creation without overloading init, which Python does not support. So what happens? First of all, overloading init. What is the meaning of overloading init? So what happens in other language? Even the constructor can be overloaded. So in the Python, first of all, it's telling that overloading of the constructor is not allowed. So if you want to create a different version of the constructor, then you can use the class method decorator. So class method decorator, what it does, it initializes the object in some different way. So here you can see that one matrix class is there, and one way to initialize the data using the constructor class. Okay, and another way is initializing the data through the class method decorator.
competition சொல்றாங்க building 2 ல building 1 building 1 second floor வந்து first floor பின்னாடி
Can everyone
second building ல இருக்கோம்
mute their mic? Jyoti?
21 அப்ப அந்த building தான்
Hello.
Yes. Jyoti, can you mute yourself? Yeah. So what happens? We were discussing about the class method decorator. What is the work of class method decorator? So it provides the alternative way to initialize the object. One of the way to initialize the object is through the constructor only. That is defined through the magic method that we call as underscore init method. Some other way also exists that we are learning here, alternative constructor, that is through the class method. So here two class methods are there. One, you can directly assign the data to the data, and second one, you can take list, rows and columns in this one. So let's see this one. Number of rows, number of columns here, and the flat list of the data. So what happens if you run this one? So here you can see, so we have two class method decorator. In the two class method decorator, so one is using initializing through this one from the flat list method, and the second one through the identity one. So through the identity one, what it takes the size of the matrix, and it creates the identity matrix from this one. And this is the code for this one. You can check anytime. And the second way is like you pass a flat list. Flat list, what it does, it contains the data of that matrix, and in the matrix how many rows are there and how many columns are there, that you need to pass as an argument. Once you pass this as an argument, then it creates the matrix class for the data. So here you can see that key we have initialized the object of matrix class from two. Yes, please. Yes, please go on. Hello.
Okay, sir, fine.
Okay. So we are initializing the object from the two method, from flat list and one from the identity matrix, and we are giving the decorator of the class method. So we can use it as a alternative constructor. So here, what is the arguments are there? What is the data for the matrix that is given in the list format, flat list format? How many rows will be there in the matrix? How many columns will be there in the matrix? And this is like the transformation. How you set the data? How you use the data of the list to initialize the matrix? Okay. So this is the two way we are initializing the matrix object. Okay, and we are not using the init constructor. That is the concept of the alternative constructor, and this is the way how you use it. So one thing you need to see here, you need to see the style of defining the class method decorator. Okay, so first argument should be the class only here, that you need to always take. After that, what is the helper method? So helper method performs internal tasks like validation or the formatting. So what happens? Helper method so what happens? Suppose that you are developing any of the package or the library, okay, and some of the functions you are writing, that is only there for the developer itself, that will be used internally, not for to export to develop the. Okay, so helper method performs internal tasks like the validation or the formatting. By convention, these methods start with the underscore to indicate they are for the internal use. So there is a standard convention how to define the helper method. You need to start the helper method with the underscore, and it's been used only for the internal purpose. Like suppose that
Hey, Jyoti, can
validation
you go
purpose.
on mute, please? Jyoti, can you go on mute, please? Jyoti? Jyoti, can you go on mute?
Can you mute, please?
If anyone admin is there, can him or her mute her? Because I'm not seeing any option here. Okay, so helper method is there for the internal use. There is a convention to define the helper method, that is put an underscore before the helper method name, and this helps to keep the main logic clean and aids code organization. So what happens? So suppose that validation things are there, a validation method is there, or some extra check or filter method you are implementing inside the class that checks the data before applying any function. So those things you can define through the helper method. So what happens? See here, there is the matrix class, and during the initialization only, what we are doing first of all, we are validating the data. Is it given in the correct format or not, or the data is valid or not? Once we make sure that data is valid, then only we are initializing the matrix class object with that data. And this is the way to define the helper method. So what happens in the helper method? We can check like that the length of the row is defined or not for the given data or not. So what happens, you can see here. So there are two rows are there. One is containing the data of 3, 4, 5, and another is containing the data of 1 or 2. So these two rows are not of the same length, and the basic condition of the matrix is like that the all row should contain the same number of elements. So that validation we are checking here, since the number of element in the first row and second row are different, that's why it will raise the validation error. So any doubt in the helper method or even in the alternative constructor?
Please follow some organization to, because this Jyoti is not looking at person. I'm not getting anything.
You can unmute yourself if you have any doubt. Otherwise, I'll continue.
So dear participants, we request you all to kindly take responsibility of mic unmuting and muting from your end. Okay. However, we have muted all. So we request all the participants, if you have any queries, then only unmute yourself, making sure that there is minimum background noise. Thank you.
Yes, so any doubt in the alternative constructor or the helper method? So I'll just reiterate the concept of the alternative constructor and the helper method. So alternative, apart from the init constructor, if you want to initialize your object in some another different way or some with a different argument, then you need to use the alternative constructor. There predefined rule are there, how you predefined style is there to define the alternative constructor, and after that helper method is there. Helper method is there for the internal use, so that before executing any method or before initializing the object, you can use those internal method and validate or filter out the data before setting or executing the method. So now, okay, so what is the super? So there is a concept called super in the inheritance. So what happens in the super? It allows calling method defined in the parent class without explicitly naming it. So what happens? Suppose that parent class is there and child class is there. Parent class has the constructor and the child class is also has the constructor. What happens if you want to invoke the constructor of the parent class through the constructor of the child class, then we use the super keyword. So what here, see in the code. So we have the parent class here and constructor is defined this one, and we are setting the uh, um, attribute value here. Okay, now in the child class, what is happening here? The child class constructor is here. What is happening here? We are deliberately initializing first the parent class constructor by passing the argument it requires, and after that one more attribute value we are setting in the child class constructor. So what happens? Super is a keyword used to initialize the parent class constructor from the child class constructor. And there could be many use cases where you really require to initialize the parent class constructor before along with the child class constructor. So suppose that there are 10 attributes defined in the parent class, and along with the 10 attributes of the parent class, you are adding three more attribute in the child class. So how to set the 10 attribute of the parent class efficiently? So what happens? So we set that those 10 attributes of the parent class, first invoking the parent class constructor, then after that we set the remaining attribute value in the constructor. So you can see here, I'll explain again. This is the parent class and this is the parent class constructor, and here in the parent class constructor we are setting one of the attribute value, that is called the value itself. In the child class constructor, to set the value, we are calling the parent class constructor, and then setting the attribute value of extra here. So this way what happens, we can call the parent class constructor to the child class constructor. Okay. So there is a concept of MRO that we look in the last. So I'll skip this MRO concept for the last only. So why I'm skipping? There are the different type of inheritance. We have discussed only the single inheritance. We'll discuss the multi-level inheritance, and one more inheritance is there. Then we'll discuss the MRO. Then it will make the more sense. So what is the magic method in the Python? So magic method is Python also called the dunder method. I don't know how to pronounce it. I pronounce it dunder or dunder method. So what happens? It start with the double underscore. You might have already seen in Python there are many methods that start with the double underscore, like the init method, str method, add methods are there. So those are the special method with names surrounded about the double underscore. They define how Python objects behave with built-in operators such as creation, printing, arithmetic, comparison, and more. So what is the built-in operation? So what happens in any programming language? So there are so many built-in methods. So like init method is there, print method is there, to add to scalar value add method is there, and representation method is there, length method is there, equal method is there. There are so many methods are there that is all built-in method in the Python itself. Okay, so those method like init, str, add, these are called the magic method. So how we can define? So if you want to suppose that you have created a separate class, okay, and you want to define those magic method for that class. So how you do it? Suppose that you are having a person class, there you define the constructor. Now constructor you have defined, we have already discussed how to define the constructor. Now one of the magic method is the str. Str, what it does, if you are calling the str method on the object, what it should print, what information it should give about the object. So that you can define under this magic method str. So what I am defining, it should return the name and age to show the object information. Now equal method is there. If two object of person is there, how you are going to compare those two objects are same. So that logic you can write here. What I have written, if the name of the two objects is same and the age is also same, then I am considering it as a equal object. So you can define your own logic also to check the equality of the two objects. Here I have considered this one. What happened? So first I am calling. Okay. So first I am calling this P1. P1 what? This override str method, what it does? It signifies the print method. So under the print method, what is the thing? P1. I am calling the P1. Then in the P1, what happens? It prints the name and age one. Now I am checking. I am calling the method of equal method. P1 is equals to P2 or else not. So in this case, P1 and P2 have the different name and age. That's why it's printing the false. And in the case of P1 object and P3 object, name and age are same. That's why it's printing the true value. So this is the concept of the magic method. So I'll reiterate the concept. So what is the magic method? First of all, magic method is defined with the double underscore. These are the built-in method already provided in the Python. So if you are writing your own class and you want to extend that method for your object, then how to define that method's logic for your own class? So that you can do with the magic method, and these magic method list is already predefined. Okay. Any doubt in the magic method?
Sir, kindly repeat the magic method. I can't understand properly.
Okay, sure. So magic method are the special method with the name surrounded by the double underscore. So what happens? You have already seen the magic method of like initialization method or the str method. Str method is there to that represents the print method in the Python. So add method is already there. So add method, what is that? It adds the two values, two scalar value. It could be integer, it could be float, it could be FP32. So what happens? So for the float, one addition is defined. For the integer, one addition is there. But some other days you define some like some class like vector. Okay. So vector class, what is a vector? Vector is a class of vector is a collection of set of ordered value. Set of ordered value means like if a vector you are taking like that contains the 10 values, like any floating point 10 value, then the addition of the vector is not defined in the as a built-in class. So what happens? There you need to define, you need to, if you want to add two vectors, then you need to define the logic of add for that vector class. So for example, we have defined a person class. Okay, so for the person class, so suppose that any string is there, so the print will work on the string class, that is okay. But print to work the print on the person class, what is the logic, what information it should print when you call the print method? So that logic you can define here and you can put here. So what happens here? I am calling print method. So what it does, it goes for the str method, this magic method, and check what is the logic is there, and according to that it prints the content. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, I have one
Any
query.
other doubt?
Yeah, sir, I have
Yeah,
one
go
query.
on.
Here we have one add method, which is also a magic method. So,
Yes, correct.
in this, yeah, so can we pass a string for this method? Like that plus the sign, it normally concatenates the strings, two strings. So here
Okay.
also, if as an operand, if we send a two strings, then will it concatenate or it will throw error?
Yeah, so here you need to first of all you need to see on what object you are calling this magic method. Okay, under that so object will have a data type, so that data type will be particular class. So if you are passing two string with the add signs, what happens here? Object is string, so that will be defined under the class of string. There the under the class of string there will be a magic method defining underscore add and add. Okay, so there if the logic is defined like concatenate those two string, then it will concatenate. So here you need to see also on which data type you are calling. So suppose that any class data type is there. Here see here person class is there. Okay. So P1 or P2 are of the data type person class, and I am calling the equal operator on the person class. So first it will go and see where the person class is defined. Under the person class, the magic method of the equal is defined or not. If the equal method is defined under the person class, then it will go and check the logic, and according to the logic, it will print the result.
Okay. So even if we
Is it?
use yeah, even if we use add method also here, then we have to write that logic like we want to concatenate those strings.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So anyone else? Any other doubt? Till now, what we
Can
have
we
gone
look at
through?
some sample code in execution so that we can be able to understand with example?
Okay, so I'll explain this person class once again. Friends, in the Python, first of all, you need to know that everything is class only. Either it's string, int, float, everything is class only. Okay. So suppose that built-in method add is there for the integer class. Okay. So once you call that add method on to integer value, first of all, it will go to search the where the definition of int class is defined. Once it get where the definition of int class is there, then it will go inside and it will check that magic method of add is defined under that class or not. Once it will see that add method is there, add magic method is there, and it will go and execute that add method and print the value according to that logic. Okay, so this is the simple concept. So suppose that now you have defined a new class for your project or your software. Okay, so you want to, so those built-in method is there for the in the Python for the already defined class. You have defined one new class and you want to extend that built-in method capability for your class, your own class also. So here I have defined one new class person and I want to extend the capability of print and the equal method for the person class. And what I am doing, if I am calling the print method on the object of person, then what it should print? That logic I have written here. If I am calling equal magic method on the two object of the person class, then how it checks those two objects are equal or not, that is that this logic is defined here. Is it clear now, or do I need to explain again? I'll explain again. No, there is no problem. You can ask me as many times as required.
Yeah, your voice is audible.
Hello? Yeah, hello.
Yeah, you're
Is it clear
audible.
now? Yeah, thank you. So this is the sample code. So what we'll do after once the content is covered, then we will again revisit the concept of the magic method with some other implementation also. Okay, if you are not able to get it. Okay, so we'll move on to next concept. So operator loading. So what happens? So magic methods are there. So first of all, what is the difference between operator and the magic method? So operator you might have heard mostly in terms of the mathematics, like plus operator is there, minus operator is there, division operator is there, even the equal operator is there. So the only and magic method, what it does, it is generalize some logic. Okay, so we have seen here the magic method. Similarly, we can extend the operator also for your defined class, like the add method are there, subtract method are there, multiplication method are there, and lot of methods are defined, like not equal to, and all. So here we can see that there is a vector class. So what it does, it takes two arguments as a vector, and it defines the logic to add the two vectors. So what happens? Suppose that there is a vector in the 2D plane. Suppose that 1, 2. So here you can see the example. So what happens? There is a vector class, and we have defined the magic method add, that we are calling the operator also. Once the magic method is specific to the mathematical concept, then we'll call it as an operator first of all. Okay. So what happens? We are defining this operator for this vector class. So what is happening? We are passing two vectors, 2, 3 and 4, 3, and we are adding it. So what happens in the Python built-in? We can add two integer, two float, or any of the two primitive numerical data type. Okay, but what happens in the vector? The set of values you get. If you want to add those two values, then the method is not defined. So if you are defining a vector class, and for that vector class, if you are defining the logic of the add, then you can do it in this way. So what happens? The corresponding indices value will be added in that corresponding indices. So see here, we are getting two vector as an input, like vector v1 and v2. So first indices value 2 and 4 will be get added here, and the second instance will be get added here. So you need to define the separate logic for the add, because built-in method is only defined for the scalar value. You can check here. First of all, did you get the difference between the magic method and the operator overloading? Not the difference, I mean like what is each thing are there. And second thing, have you understood this code, this example code? Any doubt here? Any doubt? Anyone, any doubt? Okay. So this is the operator loading. So I'll reiterate once again. So operator is very specific to the mathematical concept first of all. So if you are defining some logic for your some class, that logic is specific to some mathematical concept, like the vector addition, even the matrix addition. So you need to write out the separate logic for those operators, like add, subset, equal to, not equal to, all those things. And how you define this thing? You define in this. So this example was specific to the overloading of the add method, and this logic is there for the comparison operator. That's okay. That we have already covered in the magic method. So let's discuss about some of the other inheritance type. Just hold on, I'll plug my charger. Okay, so once again, any doubt till this point, or we can revisit any of the concept once again. Or you need any
doubt, sir.
practical example? Yes, sir. Go on.
Difference between overloading and overriding.
Okay, so overloading and overriding.
Overriding.
So
Yes, sir.
yeah, so as per my best knowledge, so what happens? Overriding is specific to inheritance. So suppose that a method defined in the parent class, and this with the same name, a method defined in the child class. So what happens once you create the object of child class, and you call the method that is present in the parent class and in the child class both. So what happens? The child method will override the parent class method, and it will call that child class method. This is the overriding concept. So what happens? Overloading concept. What is happens? So suppose that you had, let's forget about the class here. So what happens? Suppose that you have three functions. Okay, three functions. What it does? First function, what it does? It adds two integer value. Second function, what it does? It adds two float value. Third function could be it adds two df16 values. Okay. So what happens? You see here the function argument for the first method, which add two integer value. There both the argument would be of the integer type. For the second function, add two float value. there the argument will be of the float data type. And for the third example, the argument will be of the BF16 type. So what you can do, you can define the three functions with the same name, but their arguments are different. So what happens once you call those methods, so based on the data type you have passed, so corresponding method will be called. That is, this concept is known as the overloading. Got it, right?
Okay.
Can we have the constructor overloading and overriding in Python? So overriding we have, I think it does not support it in the Python, but I need to check it once again. You can check it on your own also, but I think constructor overloading is first of all not allowed, and constructor overriding. So why you want to override the constructor first of all? Is it allowed in C++? But in the Python, I need to see. So what happens? Do you have any use case? I think there won't be any use case for overriding the constructor in the, I mean, like a parent class constructor. Overriding of the constructor in the Python is also not allowed. Any of the other question or any of the concept you want me to revisit? So here, what we'll do, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll join again. So we'll continue the session from 1 p.m. Okay, one more question I have got. If a class have more than one function with the same name, okay, wait a minute. So if a class have more than one function with the same name, function overloading. Yeah, we can call it function overloading, either with the separately or under the class. Overriding can done by decorator. Overriding can be done by decorator. Okay. Okay. So we have learned one decorator class method. So what is happening? It's like suppose that you have the 5 attributes defined in the class. So what happens? You can initialize those values in one way by directly calling that init method. And second, initializing those 5 attributes itself only in some other way. Okay, that you can do with the class method. But overriding, in the sense, what happens? Overriding is little bit different from this one. Overriding, like you are initializing that attribute. I mean, like init method is there. Okay, so suppose that name and age is there. Okay, so name you have assigned with the name, and age you have assigned with the age. But in the overriding method, if you want to initialize name with the age and age with the name, that is not allowed. That is like, that would be that pure overriding thing, constructor overriding thing. Okay, and next question is, if a class have more than one function with the same name and the same parameter. Okay, so if a class have more than one function with the same name and the same parameter is known as a function over. Yeah, so function over. No, function over. So first of all, I'll once again tell you the overriding thing. So overriding is defined only specific to the inheritance. What it overrides, which method overrides to which method? So parent class method, suppose the parent class has a method like speak, and child class method also have a method speak. So once you will create the child class object and call the method speak, so it will override the method of parent class, and it will execute the child class speak method. That is the function overriding, or the overriding here in terms of the inheritance. Any other question? So okay. So here we'll take 10-minute break. We'll join again around 1 1:05 p.m. Okay, we'll continue the session from 1:05 p.m.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, so it's already 1, so we can start, I guess.
Yes. So, the screen is visible, right? Screen is visible, right?
Yeah, it's visible absolutely clear.
Yes. So, okay. So, there were two main questions during the question session. So, method overloading, method overriding, and the constructor overriding is possible or not. So, let's see through the example. Meanwhile, I generated the example of this method overloading. So, suppose that this is not actually. So what happens? We'll see here only. Actually, this is not the completely correct. So what happens? Suppose that you want to define the what is called add method. So add method. Suppose that you pass 3 integers, then your add method should work. Suppose you pass the 2 integer, then also your add method should work. And suppose you pass the 1 integer, then also your add method should work. So what happens for all these 3 cases? You need to define a different function. Where what happens in the first function, if you are passing the 3 argument, then there should be a definition corresponding to 3 argument. If you are passing 2 argument, then there should be a definition of add corresponding to 2 argument. And even if you are passing 1 argument, then also there should be definition corresponding to that one method or one argument. So what happens there? You need to define 3 add method, or you can handle this way also. This is one of the way, but usually overloading is like you need to define 3 method corresponding to these 3 cases. So that is the logic of the method overload. And the second thing is that the constructor overriding. So what happens? Constructor, so animal class is the parent class and dog is the child. So if dog, so we have defined the dog class constructor and we have defined the animal class constructor. So once if you create a dog class object, then what it does, it overrides the constructor of the parent class. That means the animal class, and it will only invoke the child class constructor. So this is the constructor override. So what happens? Suppose if you will not define the constructor for the child class, then what happens? Then it calls the parent class constructor. So here in the starting, I think someone asked me the question also. I think that question would be that one only. So what happens here? The dog class is there. Here we have not defined the constructor class of the dog. Then how the name attribute is initialized. So here what happens? It automatically calls the parent class constructor. So these were 2 things of the method overriding and constructor overriding. Any other doubt? Any other question? Hello? Now voice is okay? Now am I audible? Can anyone confirm?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yeah, okay. Fine. So these were 2 things. Any other doubt, any other, I mean, like conceptual gap or any other thing I need to reiterate or repeat? If I have not understood anything, otherwise we'll move forward to next topic. Okay, fine. So we'll move to next topic. Magic method will forward. Forward. Now the inheritance. So we have already discussed the single inheritance. Now we'll move towards the multi-level inheritance. So multi-level inheritance, what it called? There could be multiple child classes which will be inheriting the. Okay. So here you can see the example of multi-level inheritance. So animal class is there, mammal class is inheriting animal class, and dog class is inheriting the mammal class. So here the what happens? Mammal class is inheriting animal, and dog class is inheriting the sorry. Mammal class is inheriting animal, and dog class is inheriting mammal. So here you can say the parent class with respect to mammal, or with respect to dog is mammal, and with respect to mammal it's animal. What happens? So this is like the inheritance is there, but at the two level. First, what happens? The animal is the parent class. Uh, Animal is the parent class of a mammal, and then mammal is the topmost in the label. Then it comes the mammal. Then it comes the dog. So here a chain of inheritance where class inherited from the derived class. That is called the multi-level inheritance, and we can see the example here also. So first we have created the dog object. So after that we have called the method of move on the dog object. So what it does, it sees the method of move where it's implemented. It's implemented in the animal class. So that it calls that method. Then it feed milk. It's implemented in the mammal class, and then it calls the bark method. So I mean, like in the multi-level inheritance, the lowest level class, it can call all the upper level class methods that we can see through this example. Multi-level inheritance, what is this? A child class inherit from two or more parent class. So what happens? Till now in the all the example, parent class were only one. Only one parent class were there. But in the multiple inheritance, we can have more than one parent class. So see here, player class is there and swimmer class is there, and duck can inherit the player class and the swimmer class also. So this is the example of the multi-level inheritance. Now comes the hybrid and hierarchical inheritance. So we'll see the example of this one also. So what happens here? So here what happens? Two child classes will be there, and it will be inheriting the same parent class. That is the example of the hierarchical inheritance. And then comes the hybrid inheritance. So hybrid inheritance, the structure is like this, like A is the parent class for B and C, and D will have the parent as B and C both. These are the simple concept, and its name only. So you can see that all type of inheritance you can do in the Python. First of all, either it should be multi-level or multi-hierarchical, even the hybrid also, that combines the both one. So that also you can do here. So here from this diagram, this code is written. It's clear only. We can run and check also this one. So school is the base class. Student 1 and student inherit from the school. Student 3 inherit from the student 1 and the school. So according to this diagram. So this is the example of the hybrid inheritance. So let's check the advanced hybrid inheritance method. What it does. So this is the same method. We need to check this one. So one thing we have left deliberately, the MRO. So what happens here? So we have so we'll focus mainly on the three things: single inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and one more where there. Let me check that name. Yeah, multiple inheritance. Okay. So in the multiple inheritance, a child class can have more than one parent class, and in the multi-level inheritance, it's like inheritance in the label. So one will be the base parent class, then a child method will be inheriting that base parent class. After that, third method is there, that will be on the label 3, that will be inheriting the mammal class. So these three level inheritance is there. So what MRO does? So what is MRO? So MRO is called as method resolution order. So what it does is the order in which Python looks for the method and attribute in the hierarchy of the class. So we have uh, basically mainly three levels of inheritance. So suppose that same method is defined in all the classes. Suppose that either in the case of multi-level inheritance or the on the other one I'm forgetting name, where the more than one parents could be there for a child class. Okay, so how it which parent class method it should call, that you can check through the MRO. So in single inheritance is straightforward. Python searches from the subclass up to the parent class. Okay, so in the single inheritance, what we have seen that if the child class object is there, then it will override the parent class um, method. So it will call the child class method if the same method is defined in both parent and child class. But in the multiple inheritance, what Python does, it uses some algorithm. Detail is not important. You can just see it if it is required. How it how it uh, how it calls the method. So for this example, okay, so we can see one example here. So we have a class of A. B is inheriting the A and C is also inheriting A, and D is inheriting B and C. So here more than one parents are there. Now what happens? There is a method so defined in all the classes. In the A class also, B class also, C class also, and D class also. Okay. So now what happens? You create object of D and you call the so method. Then in what order it should execute that so method. So first of all, to check that order in which it will call the so method, you can use the MRO thing. So this is like one execution. The first D class so method is called. After that B class method is called. After that C class method is called. Then A class method is called. Now how to check? If you are writing the program, it's not like that. You will each time create the object and you will check like which so method is going to call, and like in which order the so method is going to call. So that you can check through the method resolution order. So MRO, this is the magic method that you can call on that class object, and you will check like that in which order, if the same method is defined in all the classes, in which order it is going to execute that particular method. So any doubt in the MRO? I think it got a little bit messy here. That's why I'm asking. Any doubt in the MRO? You can send the question in the chat. Either you can unmute yourself and ask the question. Both ways fine. So I'll once reiterate. So in all level of inheritance, whatever different kind of inheritance are there, like the single inheritance, multi-level inheritance. So if the same method is defined in all the classes that inherited from in a different group, then if you are calling that method, in which order it's going to execute, that you can check through the MRO with the magic method MRO. That is the concept of MRO. And after that, the different inheritance type is there. I'll go through once again. So multiple inheritance. First we'll go multi-level inheritance. Their inheritance is there in the multi-level. What happens? So what happens first? Animal class is there. Mammal inherited animal class, and then dog inherit the mammal class. So if you'll see, there is three levels in this one. On the first level, on level 0, animal class is there. on a level 1, mammal class is there, which inherits the animal class, and on level 2, dog is there that inherits the mammal class. And the method, it can access the method in that in that different level. If any method is defined in that label, either on the level 0, 0, 1, or 1 or 2, then it can we can call those methods. So on the level 1, we can call the method of 1 and 0 both. On level 2, we can call the method of level 2 method, level 1 method, and level 0 method. And after that, multiple inheritance is there. In the multiple inheritance, we can have more than one parent class. So here also, so what happens? See here with this example. So what happens? Suppose that fly method is there in the fly and swim method is there in the swim. So what happens once you call that d dot fly method? So this since fly is there only in the flyer class, it will call in the fly, and swim method is there only in the swimmer class, it will call the swim. But what happens if we make this fly method? So what happens? The fly method is defined in the both flyer and swimmer. So what happens? How will get to know if we'll call the fly method, which method is going to be called? Okay, so that you can check with the MRO. MRO. So here also you can. So this flyer method, fly method is getting called if I call the fly method. So if there could be one more variation. So what happens if it will define it will make the parent class swimmer, first parent class as a swimmer, and second class a second parent class as a flyer. Then it will call this method. Then the swimmer method fly is called. So if you have any doubt like which method is going to be called or in what order it's going to call, so you can check with the MRO. So that's why MRO is there in the Python. And programming is a lot about trying the different variation also and decoding things. So like that I have changed here and checked like what would be the what method it will call in different cases. Okay, so one question I have got: constructor can be made only for the parent class, or can we have it for the child class also? Yeah, we can have it for the child class also, and here I have shown with the example also. So see here, animal is the parent class and dog is the child class. So dog also has the constructor and parent also has the constructor. And one more thing is there, you can initiate. So what happens? So what happens here? If you comment this super line, what happens? This parent class constructor will be overridden by the dog class constructor. So if you'll execute this one, then only dog constructor will be called. Okay, but if you want to deliberately call the parent class constructor also, then you can use the super keyword. So what happens in the super keyword? First it will call the parent class constructor, and after that the other line of code will be executed here. So see here, if I'll execute here, then first animal constructor will be called, then after that dog constructor will be called. Is it clear now, Ashutosh? Any other question or any different
Hello, sir.
combination you want to try or anything?
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
Sir, in
go on.
sir, in MRO, as for class D, like we have printed the CLS. So what does
Yes,
it
yes.
signifies? Like
Okay.
the
So
order is
let
like D should be the main. Like,
yeah. So okay. So I'll once again I'll explain. So, okay. So here, so let's first comment this line, okay, and see the result. So what happens? Only the what you know, the child class can override the method of the parent class. Okay. So if you are not calling the parent class show method, then only the child class method is going to be called. Okay. But if you are going to call the parent class method also, so in what order that parent class method will be called? Okay. So first of all, to check that order, in which order that parent class show method will be called, that you can check through the MRO method. You're getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So see here, I'll once again see here. I'll comment this thing. Okay. So what happens? I have already explained. The child class method will override the parent class method. So if you are not calling deliberately the parent class method, then it will only the child class method will be called. So see here, if I'll execute this one, only the child class method is called. Okay. Now, if I'm calling the parent class method, so method, so in the parent class, so what happens? C also have the parent class, B also have the parent class, and D have the two parent classes, B and C. In what order this so method is going to be called? That you can check through the MR. Got it, right? Any other question? Okay, so if you have not any question, so what we will do, we can write a simple class. So each one you try one simple example of inheritance. So suppose that we are writing the parent class as a vehicle class. Okay. So under the vehicle there could be many types of vehicle, like truck can be there, car can be there. Car can have the different properties and attribute, and truck can have the different properties and attribute. And both truck and car can have some common attribute also. Okay. So the common attribute first of all should go in the parent class. Chandra, can we implement copy constructor in Python? I'm not sure about it. Copy constructor in the Python. I need to check it. I think I need to check about it, Chandra. Okay. I think this is I think separate to the inheritance. That's why I did not check it later. I mean like in this session. But surely I'll check it and let you know. Okay. So, okay, one exercise now we'll do for the 10 minutes. So, you need to implement an example of inheritance, where what we'll have? We have vehicle as the parent class and truck as a child classes. What happens? The common attribute of the common attribute or properties of the car and truck should go in the parent class. And if any specific attribute is there in the car, that should go in the car class, and if any specific attribute corresponding to truck is there, that should go in the truck class. And uh, the constructor of the car first will call the constructor of the base class, and after that whatever attributes, specific attributes are of car is there, that need to be set in the further line. And you can define separate method for car and truck also. Any method you can go on and start writing for next 10 minutes. Okay. After that, anyone of you can share your implementation. Any one of you. After that, we'll discuss on that. Otherwise, I'll share my own implementation and we'll have the discussion. So you have the time of 10 minutes. So the implementation should not be like very much robust or anything like fully complete. You should at least able to apply the inheritance concept to do this example. Okay. So just do it. You have the 10 minutes. After that, we'll discuss on that. Okay. So start. You can, I think you all have the setup, right? In any of the ID, can anyone confirm in the past classes that has been set up? Like VS Code or Visual Studio or any type of ID setup, or even the Google Colab also would be fine. So what I'm trying to ask, will you all able to do the coding right now for the next 10 minutes?
Sir, I'm using Colab. Like this is online, so I guess setup is not required, isn't it?
Setup is not right. So if all of you are familiar with the Colab, then you can do in the Colab only. So you have the time of 10 minutes. Let's try this one, and after that, any one of you can share the code. We can discuss on that, or I'll share my code and we'll further discuss on that. Okay.
Yeah, hello, Rajinandan Tripathi here. Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. So I have given some coding exercises, and I have given the 10 minutes. So I am waiting for that.
Okay. So dear
Yeah.
participants, so we request you all to please cooperate and do the assignment. Yeah, after some time, the discussion will start on it.
Can we discuss now? Anyone of you
Yeah, we
have
can.
done it? Yeah, hello. Anyone of you have done the implementation? I mean, like
Yes, I
any
done.
partial. Yeah, yeah. Can you share in the chat?
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Go. Yes. Namita, are you going to share? Any one of you, if I have done any partial implementation or even the structure of the inheritance, can share the code in the chat so that we can discuss on top of that. Otherwise, okay, so okay, leave that. Am I audible, right?
Yeah, you're audible. Hello.
Yes, audible. Audible.
Yes, yes. So I have taken one simple example. So vehicle class is there. Okay. So in the vehicle class, what attributes I have defined? Brand and model. So you know any of the vehicle will always have the brand and model. So that kind of attribute that is going to be common across the different vehicle. And under that, I have defined two more properties: start engine and stop engine. Okay. Now I am defining one car class. So car class will have the properties of this attribute brand and model, and will also have the method like start and stop engine. So rather than rewriting this much code again in this car class, what we can do, we can inherit the vehicle class so that all the attribute of the vehicle class and the a method of that vehicle class will be automatically present in the car class. Okay. So this is the more motivation to have the concept of the inheritance. Okay, so you need not to write the uh, attribute definition and method definition again under the class under the car class. You can directly inherit from the vehicle class. So under the vehicle class, in the vehicle constructor, what happens? First we'll call the parent class constructor. Since we have the one more attribute that is not present in the parent class, then what we'll do, that initialization we'll do in the child class, like number of tools. After that, one more extra method that will be very specific to car, open trunk. Okay, so any method it could be, it's just an example, it could be any method. So that method which is not present in the vehicle class, if that your child class, that some specific method is there, that you can define in the child class. So along with the capability of the parent class, that means vehicle class, it will have the extra capability of open trunk and the number of doors. Number of doors is the attribute and the open trunk is the method. Now again, like one class could be the bike class. Bike will also have the brand and model. So no need to rewrite that attribute again, and even the start engine and stop engine method also. What we'll do, we directly inherit that thing. Now the specific attribute corresponding to bike class we can again define separately in the child class, that we have done in this line. So whatever attributes are there in the parent class, we are setting through the parent class constructor, and if any specific attribute is there, that we are setting in the child class constructor after invoking the parent class constructor. And if any if any method is there specific to that child class, then that method will be defined in that child class. Now, very simple example of the inheritance where the vehicle class is the parent class and the bike and car class are the child class. So can you, this is a very simple example I have explained. So can you think of any scenario where the multi-level inheritance is required? Any scenario? So in the multi-level inheritance is there, like vehicle is label 0 class, then car could be label 1 class, and some like a specific car, like Skoda is there, or Volkswagen is there, or Maruti Suzuki is there. That class can inherit direct car class. So what it will have? It will have all the attributes of the car class. So indirectly it will have the attributes of attribute and method of the vehicle class and car class 4. And that would be an example of the multi-level inheritance. So any doubt at this point in this example? Anyone? Okay, so now we have one more type of inheritance. Anyone can think about any specific use case where this multiple inheritance will be required? Any use cases? You can unmute yourself and tell if you have any use cases in the mind. Anyone? Just think about that in terms of this car, bike, and vehicle class. Okay, not a problem. So in the multiple inheritance case, we can inherit more than one parent class. So suppose that that some vehicle is there, some hypothetical vehicle is there that can have the properties of this car and some properties of this bike or truck. This is a very bad example then also. So that would be the example of this this type of inheritance. So what happens when you first of all, that understanding the concept, that is an inheritance concept. Now after that, how you apply this inheritance concept for your project or the software, that is also one of the skills. So I'll advise you, after learning this class, you do a small any of the small project that covers this concept. Once you will do that, then you will be thorough with the inheritance concept. So okay, so in the final, do you have any questions or any doubt regarding to this inheritance, or overall any doubt the OOP concept? If I am able to clarify, I'll clarify. Any doubt, any question? Okay, fine, no question. So I think we can wind up the session. ENICT team.
Yeah, hello.
Can we wind up the session?
Okay. So I guess all the queries are being resolved from the participants end, right? Okay, so in that case, if the participants are there are no doubts on the participants, and we can wind up this session. So on behalf of Professor Gaurav Trivedi, sir, the Principal Investigator of PNICT Academy, and Dr. Aryabhita Sahu, sir, who is the Principal Coordinator for this course, I thank you, Mr. Krishnanand Tripathi, for taking up time from your busy schedule and coming over this platform and joining us and motivating our participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
So dear participants, with this we come to an end of day 3 of this online faculty development program on Python programming for engineering applications, which we are conducting from 28th July to 8th of August. So today was day 3. Okay, the attendance of day 2 is updated. However, there are some queries we are looking out for those. Okay, and the final attendance sheet will be updated by the evening. So we request all the participants to please be patient till 5 o'clock. Okay, all the notebook files and collab documents we have requested from the expert, and also the slides we have also requested from the expert. So once the expert share, we will share it with you in the Google Drive link which we have provided.
Yes, coordinator, I have one issue. I am seeing I am absent on yesterday, but I was there in that training.
Yeah, that's what you are changing your email IDs.
No.
That's why there is issue.
No, I have login with triple IT and Nagpur only, the same email ID.
Wait a minute.
Yep. Can you please check it and update?
So we will be updating it by the end of the day. Okay. So this is the issue which you need to be patient with. Okay.
No, true.
Dear participants, please give time. Okay. By end of the day, all the things will be updated. Okay.
Thank you.
Coordinator, I have one issue.
Once it is
when-
updated, it will be announced in the WhatsApp group. Then you can check. Okay. After that, also, if you have queries, then there are many days pending. We can solve it within that.
Okay, madam.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Can you kindly include me in the WhatsApp group? Some problem actually. I'm not able to.
So, sir, we have already provided you the link to join the
No,
WhatsApp
it's
group.
not possible to actually. I tried
So
many times.
we don't have the authority to add anybody. Okay, so it's up to the wish of the participants. If they want to join the WhatsApp group, then join through the invite link which has been provided to you all in the
not
registered
possible.
mail ID.
No, not possible actually. So I'm
So
just
what's the
informing
issue
you.
coming?
No, I'm not able to link. I
So
tried.
link is already provided, sir, to
Yes,
the
but
academy also.
not able to do that. That's why in any conference, people are adding also. We are also
No,
conducting.
it's not possible to add so many people. That is 500 participants are
Okay,
there.
leave it.
If we
Leave
go
it.
on adding 500 participants in
No, don't add 500. Who have got a problem, you have to add. We also do that. But anyway, leave it.
I'm sharing the link again. So kindly
No,
please join the
it's not
link.
possible to join. That is a problem.
That's what I'm saying. What's the issue
With
which
my
you're
mobile,
facing?
there is a problem. I'm not able to join. So I'm just informing you. If you don't want
So
to
I
include, leave it.
have shared the link. Please join from that.
Or send this information on mail at least. Whatever
Yeah, we
you are
have
putting
already
it.
mailed you, sir.
No, whatever you are chatting, whatever instructions you are giving in WhatsApp, you put it on mail. That's it. So matter is over.
We have mailed also to all the participants.
No. Whatever chat, if you want to say something, some information you wanted to give, you give it on mail also. That is what.
All the instructions are being shared in the mail
I have one
also.
question. Madam, I have one question. Madam, in 28 July, whole time I'm present, but in attendance sheet, it can see it's a absent. So kindly resolve for the same. Hello. Hello. Hello, madam.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, madam. In 28 July, World session I am present, but in attendance sheet I
So
have
you have joined from some other mail ID. That's why it's not
no,
showing.
madam. Mail ID was same, but name I can write is different. So it can issue for the name or mail ID is same.
I'm not getting you.
Madam, mail ID is same. Same mail ID I can join for the WebEx meeting.
It's very junior staff.
Hello, ma'am.
You cannot go
Madam.
with it. Leave it.
Ma'am.
Is yesterday's attendance sheet is complete or it will take time to the evening?
Yeah, by end of the day you will get the details.
Oh, ma'am, yesterday also I attended the
Showing
ma'am.
me absent for yesterday.
Yeah, you can drop an email in that case. Yeah, Ashish and Kothari ma'am, right? Hello.
Yes, madam. Madam, 28 July, I am
No, your
present.
name is not there in the list, in the WebEx list. So you're joining from somebody else account, I guess.
Madam, Atme University name and mail ID is same. Director.rit@atme.uni mail ID is same, but name is Atme University.
No, your is not there. In the WebEx link, it's not there in the report. This mail ID is not present.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, director.rit@miu.ac.in is not present in the attendance sheet.
Hello, excuse me, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, ma'am. Yesterday I attended the class, ma'am. But in sheet you put it absent.
So that's what I'm saying. So you have to attend the session from the registered email ID.
Yeah, ma'am. Same register email ID. But in sheet
Okay,
absent.
today's attendance we will be updating by the end of the day. Okay, for today's please be patient. Okay, yesterday day one attendance. If you have any issues, then let us know.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, so for day 2 attendance, I was present for the whole meeting,
That's
but
what I'm saying. For day 2 attendance, it will be updated by the end of the day. So please be patient till then. How many times I have to repeat? I don't know. Okay. So dear participants, one more thing. Okay. You have to attend the entire session. Okay. If you are attending just for 10 to 20 minutes, then it will be considered absent. Okay, the entire meeting is of total 4 hours. So you have to be present for more than 3 hours. Okay, if you are present for more than 3 hours, then only attendance will be present, or else it will be considered as absent. If you are attending just for 10 to 20 minutes, then it's not considered present. This is the protocol which we have told you earlier also. Maintaining 75% of attendance, including the entire day duration, is very much compulsory. So if you haven't left the meeting, then the meeting WebEx report will reflect the meeting, the connection minutes also. Okay, how many minutes you were connected. So we are tracking the minutes also. If you are attending the meeting just for 5 to 10 minutes or 20 minutes or just 40 minutes, then it won't be considered as present. It will be considered as absent. For day one, we have considered, because it was day one of the course, but from day 2 onwards we won't consider it. You have to attend the entire duration of the course at least for more than 3 hours. Okay, if you are not attending for 3 hours, then it will be considered absent. So that's it from our end. So dear participants, we require some coordination, cooperation from your end. Okay.
Ma'am,
And
I
those,
just wanted to inquire. So you mentioned that for day 2, it would be updated today evening, right? And if like I have attended day 1, I'm unsure why the attendance is not reflecting. It was written absent. So is there any way we can get to
please drop
like
an
would it be
email.
updated? Okay, sure.
Please drop an email.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, attendance, day 1 attendance regarding queries, you can drop an
Yes,
email.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. My name and email ID is not included in attendance sheet.
Under which academy have you registered?
Ma'am, Gautam Buddha Teacher Training College.
Under which academy you have registered? Which E&ICT academy you have registered?
Ma'am, NIT Patna.
So your name should be reflected in NIT Patna list.
Okay,
Your
ma'am.
name is there. I have seen your name.
Okay, ma'am.
So that's what I'm saying now. See, your name is in roll number 333. So you have to check. See, you have to be patient and you have to check your name in all the tabs. If then also you don't find, then tell us. You can't simply create a panic over here in this group. Yeah, video lectures will be shared. Video lecture will take time to get generated in the WebEx. So it will be shared. So thank you all. With this, we come to an end of day 3 of the program. Thank you all for joining.